That's because the mics don't work.
We're having some technical issues.
Check.
We're delayed a bit. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Mic's on. So we'll begin our meeting shortly. We just got to get the server online. So thank you. The thingy. The thingy.
Man in the front row with a white beard is a former supervisor of the former plan association.
From District 1? Yeah, I saw his letter too, yeah.
I don't mean to be saying what I think you should do, but maybe you should explain to the audience that simply unanimous on everything.
Just so that they know and...
Right, so they don't think, we're acting like weirdos.
Yeah.
Well,
A bit of an emergency.
Hi, just a heads up, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break while we get the server back online, so just sit tight. Thank you.
Coming down. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, the new green sheets.
I'm wondering whether it's for login.
Yeah, so could Carolyn and Johanna?
They're not here. So. Hey, hi. It's not coming up on your, it's 503 or. Yeah. I'm wondering whether it's for login.
They found a debris.
Do we only have commissioners today?
The debris field, I mean,
Root canal.
broke up perhaps.
Root canal. Root canal.
Yeah, Ruby can't log in.
Okay, well, I just got off the phone, they just, okay, so then it's not gonna help if we log on. Okay.
So they want me to log into the computer?
Okay. So Trish, I've got Jake on the phone,
Okay.
and it looks like it's a server issue,
Oh, it is a server issue.
so it's not logging into.
Okay.
So do we want to try to run the meeting without it?
Would we be, I don't even
I
know.
think there's issues with public access.
Oh,
What?
we're just talking about.
Meaning we can't do this with the server down.
No, because we're not even able to do the meeting manager on here with the server.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Just have to cancel the whole.
Sorry, okay, bye.
Reschedule it, that's gonna be terrible.
No, all these people should have got at least this.
Okay, so Jake is.
But we're not allowed to.
We can't.
Yeah. All of those
Okay.
access issues need to be working or it's not legitimate.
So Jake, I just got Jake, he was on vacation. He's gonna call IT and tell them what he thinks.
No, that's fine, sorry.
It does look like it's a server. And
Thanks, Trish.
happened before,
I didn't do anything.
years,
I know, but
so it's been a long time. With, so, I'm not sure what else to tell you.
Do you think it's possible that it's not going to come back up today? Or?
I typically, if you restart it,
Good morning, guys. I just want to give you a heads up. You have audio in the Zoom room.
they want to take a 15-minute break. That'll give them enough time.
We're in the midst of a 10-minute break right now.
I understand. So maybe just tell them it's going to be another 10 minutes. And by that time, the server, they're rebooting it, but Jake is going to walk them through it, which they don't know. They didn't know the sequence, so that's why I got Jake on the phone.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if you want to just announce that.
Yeah.
I don't have any permissions to log in.
Maybe instead of just little
Yeah.
cuts of 10 minutes, just say, you know,
That's what I would recommend.
until we determine the cause, we have to remain in recess. But we're not in recess because we never
Testing.
So, so we'll continue our meeting and
In-house testimony today, continue every item until, at least every item we're gonna do today. The ones you want to continue to July.
still do those later.
Take up the remaining 8 items Thursday.
No, now it's not, now the page can't be read.
So it's 192.168.1.22. You need that typed in? 1.2, correct.
Hi, good morning. Thank you guys for your patience. We most likely will not have the server up, but we will continue with our meeting since you guys all made the time to come here. So we will be listening to testimony for each item on today's agenda. However, we will most likely not be taking any action on any items until a special meeting, which will be next Thursday. So you will be able to give testimony and we'll be able to hear the projects. But again, we will be making decisions on these items on a special meeting. So.
Why is there a special meeting?
Wait, who's
Hold on one second.
Oh,
Why can't you make a decision today?
because we don't have everything that takes to make a decision. It's on? Oh, well,
Coming up.
Technical issues appear to be resolved.
that's a good sign.
I don't know that. We're getting forward.
You could refer it to legal.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, yeah, well, let's just accept.
No more 503 or. Okay, we got it. Yay. Thank you, Angel.
Good job, Sam.
Sam? Is this ready to roll once we
I gotta get yours back
do the
up.
Pledge of Allegiance and all that? Sure.
Okay. Don't you love technology? When it works, and when it doesn't, it doesn't.
No, I think we might start. No. But thank you for asking.
We're good. Waiting for the screens to go on. Okay, we're ready. All right. Good morning, and again, thank you guys for your patience. So, I call this meeting to order at 9:38. And can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Republic for which it stands.
Can we get a verification of legal notice?
Everything has been correctly noticed.
Thank you. The consent agenda, I don't see anything here. Quickly, before we begin, we do have time for public input. Where's this? Where anybody may speak for 3 minutes regarding any issue that is not in today's agenda. So if anybody wishes to speak, you may do so. If not, we will continue on to our first item, which is a public hearing, consideration of proposed major use permit, UP 22-28, and initial study, IS 22-34, to establish a campground. Applicant is Gateway House LLC. The location is 18300 Morgan Valley Road in Lower Lake. The APNs are 012-008-09, 42, 43, 44, 45, 52, and 53.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Porter, Associate Planner, County of Lake. I need to get Sam back up here to open up this presentation. Sorry, Sam. Needs to be two of you, Sam.
I wasn't abandoned.
No, I know. There it is.
Yeah, but it's not.
Great, thank you. Okay, yeah, I'd echo the chair's sentiment. Thank you very much for your patience. I know a lot of people are here for the first item today. Under consideration is file number UP 22-28 for the Getaway House. The chair indicated the APN location, vicinity map. This is on Morgan Valley Road, consists of 347 acres of land, of which a portion of it would be used for a campground. The campground layout is on this slide. It's a little bit hard to see because of the scale, but it consists of 59 campsites, one existing dwelling that would be used for supporting the campsites called back of house operations. It would involve a private on-site driveway that would need to be brought to Public Resource Code 4290 and 4291 standards for a commercial driveway. And in plain English, what that means is it needs to be a certain width to accommodate two-way traffic. It needs to have turnouts every so often. I believe it's every 400 feet for emergency vehicles. And there are some limits to the grade, to the overhead clearance, and so forth. The primary access point into the campground would be Morgan Valley Road, which is a fairly narrow paved county-maintained road. Applicant's proposing 59 cabins that have essentially two different floor plans. One is 154 square feet, I believe. It could be 156. The other is 174 square feet. They're, believe it or not, fully contained. They've got a kitchenette. They've got bathrooms. They would rely on on-site septic systems, and they can accommodate up to 4 campers per cabin. Another shot of the cabins. These are actually portable units that can be moved in and out fairly easily onto the site. The campground jurisdiction would transfer from the county to the state community development department who oversees campgrounds. So the initial approval would have to go through the county, and then the jurisdiction would no longer be in the hands of the county. It would transfer over to the state. Here's some shots of the individual cabins. This is the smaller of the two. A picture of the inside. Description. I indicated there were 59 cabins. The Getaway is a national corporation. They rely heavily on native vegetation, meaning they don't like to remove trees. They want to keep it as pristine as possible. They're proposing a 15,000-gallon water tank for fire suppression. And if this application gets approved today, we would need to clarify that that 15,000-gallon water tank needs to be either fiberglass or steel, and it needs to be fitted with connections for emergency response vehicles to be able to connect to it in the event of a fire. I indicated about the 4290 and 91 compliance with the interior driveway. The guests have to pre-book. They can't just show up and get a campsite. I've indicated the cabins are self-contained. They would have up to 16 employees. That would be 3 managers and 13 staff members. Oops. And I indicated the support services would occur from the existing dwelling that's on site. That's a slope map. It shows it's a fairly steep area. The black stars represent the lots that are part of the Demera property, making up the 349 acres of land. We have to review it against the general plan for conformity with the general plan. It's designated as rural lands. We found that it complied with the general plan under Chapter 3, land use, provides employment which would help the local economy to an extent. They're seeking a rural area, which is exactly what this represents. Lower Lake Area Plan is applicable to this project. There's a high priority in the Lower Lake Area Plan for employment. Again, it would hire up to 16 local residents. Employees would use the existing dwelling for on-site overnight stays. And finally, Article 7, rural lands, allows campgrounds with a major use permit, which is a discretionary permit which could be approved, continued, or denied, depending on the findings made by the Planning Commission. It does require evaluation under Article 41, which contains such things as landscaping, noise, dust, etc. CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, applies to this project. So there were actually 2 evaluations done. The first one was done and uploaded to the state in September of 2022. And some of the feedback we got indicated that more detail was needed. So the entire document was rewritten and resubmitted to the state clearinghouse for state agency review. It was uploaded to the state on February 17th of 23. And the findings basically showed a number of categories that had the potential for impacts. And the impact categories include aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, transportation, and wildfire. Received comments from 12 different agencies, and the agency comments are actually included in the packet, so I'm not going to cover the comments, but there were no red flags raised by agencies, and that included CAL FIRE. They have minimal restrictions on campfires. which was somewhat of a surprise to me, but that's what they determined. Tribes. We sent notices out to the 11 local Lake County-based tribes, and of the tribes that were notified, the Upper Lake Tribe and the Yokadihi deferred to Middletown Rancheria. Middletown did not respond. The county put 3 mitigation measures in place in case of inadvertent discovery of historic items, relics, artifacts, or other. The cabins don't require grading. As I indicated, they're brought in on wheels so they can be easily removed for maintenance. Public comments. We got quite a bit of public response, positive and negative. The main concerns raised had to do with safety and security, wildfire, water, wildlife protection, potential noise from the campers, and traffic on the interior driveway and on Morgan Valley Road. Getting back to that for just a second, the traffic. The applicant did do a traffic study, was prepared by W-Trans. It's of record. We have the study. And the findings indicated that the campground could proceed, that it wouldn't create traffic according to the traffic engineers that would be problematic on Morgan Valley Road. So, the recommendation of staff is to adopt initial study IS 22-34 with the findings in the staff report dated today, and to approve major use permit 22-28 with the findings listed in the staff report dated today. And that concludes my presentation. I did want to mention that we did receive green sheet comments this morning from Rodrigo Gomez and from Michael Santarelli, and the planning commissioner should have green sheets of those.
We do.
I see them. Okay, good.
Thank you for your presentation. So I'll be opening.
Oh, I'd like to ask Eric a question.
Oh, sure.
Eric?
No?
Before we turn things over to the public, I think this would be a question more for you. What does HCD control mean as it transfers out of the hands of the county? And what kind of recourse would the county have if there were issues? And would somebody, if there was a bad neighbor at the campground, have to call a state department somewhere to get some kind of service? Or
I'm going to defer most of that question to the applicant because I'm not that familiar with HCD. I've dealt with them on several other projects, but their role is actually not that clear to me. My understanding is that they review building permits, they review grading permits, and that essentially after the land use is resolved, whether it's approved or denied, the county would no longer have any involvement in the project.
If I may.
Another question when you're finished.
Supervisor?
if it's on this point, please go right ahead.
It is. Yes, I'm concerned, several members of the public brought up the issue of, it's a campground now, stays are limited to 7 days. If the state takes over management of that, will the state be able to extend the stays to permanent? Are we talking about, I'd just like to explore that, and I think Nicole might have an answer.
Commissioners, in the Health and Safety Code, the state of California has a few provisions that relate to things like mobile home parks and certain kinds of campgrounds. They reserve to HCD the authority to regulate those once they have been created and permitted by the state, unless the local municipality has adopted that regulatory authority, has taken on that regulatory authority from the state, from HCD, to do themselves. As far as I'm aware, Lake County has not done so, and so the regulatory authority remains with HCD, which means that as soon as the county determines that the proposed project meets the local municipal requirements and goes through the CEQA review and all of the required local reviews and is deemed to meet those criteria, then the authority transfers to the state, and once that happens entirely within the borders of that particular mobile home park or campground, the state regulates that use. So yes, there is an office, there's a dedicated, I think there is one person dedicated to Lake County, but they share an office with the region, so I think there's more than one person in the office. Lake County is part of a greater region, and so issues with that particular use would then be brought to HCD after the permitting of the park, and once that permit expires, then that individual, or if it's shut down for whatever, or the individual permittee decides to revoke the permit, then the state comes out and shuts down the use. So they would effectively monitor the capping off of waste disposal and plumbing and electrical and things like that. But once your determination that this particular use meets the local criteria occurs, then it does in fact transfer to the state.
Is the applicant present?
They are.
Would you like to speak?
Yeah, we would love to speak. I don't know if you want to speak.
Yeah, we have a mic up here, and make sure you state, and for any speaker, state your first and last name on the mic. I'll open up. Yeah. And you'll be allowed to speak for 3 minutes for public comment.
My name is Scott Levitt. I'm the Director of Engineering at Getaway House. I actually have a presentation. I don't know if I can display something. Okay. I have a USB drive. I don't know who. So I'll skip over a lot of it just because I think Eric covered quite a bit of it, but just wanted to give a little bit of a background on Getaway House. So Getaway House is. I'll wait for him to come up if that's okay. Yep.
Commissioners, sorry, my apologies. While we're waiting for that to be set up, I just wanted to clarify, I may not have been clear. Just because the state regulates the particular use, it doesn't necessarily mean that the municipality loses all authority. Code enforcement may still be contacted, and it's just there's an extra layer where this code enforcement, for example, would have to work with the state agency in taking action. So the county doesn't lose its entire authority, it's just the use authority.
Yeah, I can work the slides.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Levitt, if you want to let me know when to change slides.
Yeah, this is our cabin. I think you can probably go to the next slide. So Getaway House was founded in 2015 by John Staff and his friend and father. They built the first cabin in Massachusetts, drove it up to New Hampshire, and really had a great experience and thought that they were onto something. And so that was the birth of Getaway.
Sir, can you get closer to the microphone?
Yep. So the mission kind of was born there. Perfect. Thank you. Good. And so Getaway is a company that's dedicated to kind of allowing individuals to disconnect from the stresses of everyday life and reconnect with nature. And so what that really means is we're a tiny cabin hospitality company. We have 2930 outposts that are operational throughout the United States. We've got over 1,200 cabins that we maintain and operate as part of those operations. As Eric mentioned, we are not necessarily a super traditional campground. Some of the things that separate Getaway's operations from a traditional campground are we don't allow outside RVs, tents, campers to be brought into our campground, so all guests are required to use our cabins. Eric mentioned that we have up to 4 guests, but really it's 2 guests for our 1-bedroom cabins and then up to 4 guests for our 4-bedroom cabins. Some of the other things that are a little bit unique about our outposts are that we don't have communal areas. So it's really meant to be an opportunity for individuals to disconnect and have a quiet experience, an immersive experience in nature. So for that reason, we don't have communal spaces. There's no pavilions. There's no group barbecue places. We don't allow group bookings more than 2. So if you wanted to book a cabin with a family or a friend, we'd allow you to book up to 2 cabins side by side, but beyond that, we don't allow for group bookings. We also do not allow amplified music on our sites, so we're not in the habit of policing our site, but if you were sitting out at your campsite and you had your phone playing some music quietly and respectfully, that would be allowed, but we don't allow speakers and amplified music to be used throughout the property. And again, it's meant to be this quiet escape from nature. One of the other unique things about Getaway is that we're really able to kind of build our sites around the existing topography, ecology, biology of the sites. And so I know that one of the concerns is the impact to the environment. And really, we are very mindful of this. It would go against kind of our motto, our mission to allow people to connect with nature if we were disturbing the environment more than necessary. And so on this particular site, we're reusing about 90% of the roads that we're proposing are existing roadways throughout the property. Eric mentioned it's a 347-acre site. Our proposed disturbed area for the project is going to be between 10 and 15 acres. So we're talking 2 to 3% of the site is going to be disturbed. In the application, you'll note that we're not proposing to remove any of the heritage oak trees on the site. We are very dedicated to fire safety. I know that's another concern that's been brought up, and I'll let our engineer teams kind of speak to that in more detail, but we do operate 3 outposts on the West Coast here, 1 in Big Bear, California, 2 in Washington State that are both in extremely fire-prone regions of the country as well. We've been operating those outposts for 3 to 4 years without having an uncontrolled fire at any of the outposts. We take fire very seriously. Each of the outposts will have a dedicated kind of emergency response plan. The roads are going to be built to CAL FIRE standards, and we follow all local burn bans, red flag warnings. In those events, we do alert our guests in advance of arriving that fires are not going to be allowed on site. So that expectation is set in advance of arrival. In addition to that, we provide all the firewood on our sites. We lock the fire boxes and remove the fire pits as needed. We understand that in this region, in this part of the world, that might mean we only have fires 50 days a year, and that's kind of what we have going on at our Big Bear site, and we're very comfortable with that. You can move down, Eric, if you don't mind. And so, like I said, our cabin is really meant to be the experience. So there's 3 kind of pieces to our experience that we offer. One is the interior of the cabin. I'm not going to speak too much about it, but we do take great pride in our design. The thing that you'll notice in the image is that there's a red phone equipped in each of our cabins. Those phones are hardwired and have the ability to both dial out directly to emergency services, but also directly to Getaway support, which is operable 24 hours a day, 365. In addition to that, each of the cabins is equipped with a fire extinguisher, fire blanket, first aid kit. We have a defibrillator on site. Our staff are trained in first aid and CPR, and obviously defibrillator as well. And so we take safety and fire very seriously. We've never had an uncontrolled fire at any of our outposts of the 29 throughout the country. And we intend to, really are very cognizant of that risk here as well, and intend to continue that success here. If you want to keep moving down. You can keep going. I think, again, this is just our cabin layouts. They're lofted layouts. Eric mentioned that they are portable. We don't really move them once they're set. We do 99.99% of maintenance in place. So they're basically permanent fixtures on our sites. Keep going. Again, interior photos, if you want to keep moving down. Yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier that one of the unique things is our minimum impact. Again, we present a layout that we've designed based off of site walks, engineered, topographic maps. But one of the nice things about Getaway is also when we get out into the field and we start construction, we're able to, if we need to shift a cabin 15 feet to avoid a tree or to create a clearance that really provides an opportunity to preserve of ecological feature, we're able to do that, right? We don't have this strict layout. We are not trying to create a commercial space that has 20,000 acres of flat land. We're really working with the land, working with the natural features of the land. Again, this is an example of a layout of one of our outposts. Again, it's really designed to create privacy between the cabins. They're typically spaced about 100 feet. And we use the native vegetation to create that private setting. And you can see that, I think, in this layout as well.
Is that a single lane road?
I'm not sure if that one is particularly, but we do have single lane roads and two-way roads. In this particular application, because all of the roads will be built to CAL FIRE standards, which I think is a minimum of 20 feet, they'll all be designed to accommodate two-way road. So I think, for typical circulation throughout the site, we might be directing our guests to use a single direction of travel, but in the emergency response action plan, it may involve roads kind of working in a different mechanism in that event. So, again, this is the parcel. We're reusing a vast majority of the existing infrastructure and road network. You can keep moving. This is our layout, and I think another one of the things that Getaway is kind of proud that we're able to do is because our layouts are so fluid, we're able to work with the neighbors in the community to really address concerns. I know that we had in our initial layout a few cabins that were concerned to our closest neighbor to the east. We were able to remove those and kind of find a new home for those as well. We're in ongoing conversations with some of the other neighbors to address some of their concerns. And this is an example of kind of one of the existing road networks that we're going to obviously be improving, but reusing so that we're minimizing our clearing. Again, sites of the photos of the site. We love this site. I love this site personally. It is absolutely stunning. You've got 365 views in some locations to Clear Lake, all the surrounding mountains, and it's really exceptional. So it is just a quintessential Northern California property, and it's beautiful. The last thing I'll talk on is we also, we take pride of being good partners in the community. So Eric mentioned we hire, up to 16 positions for this property. It's probably going to be closer to 5 full-time positions. So we'll have a general manager, assistant general manager, facility manager, assistant facility manager. Then we have typically 1 or 2 more full-time positions. Those positions get full benefits. We also offer partial benefits to our part-time staff, so they get paid holidays, they get paid, I think, a living wage, and then they also get partial medical and dental coverage as well as part of our package. We like to hire local contractors for construction as well, so wherever the trades are available locally, we hire. And are proud to do that. The other thing that we like to do is, we've been in contact with the Chamber of Commerce in all of our cabins, and on our website, we like to highlight some of the other local businesses that are kind of aligned with our mission statement. And so we provide collateral in our cabins that will direct our guests to some of the local businesses, cultural events in the community, state parks, wineries, breweries, local, art galleries and things of that nature that are kind of aligned with what we're trying to offer to the community. And so we're proud to partner with local businesses and are excited to be here in Lake County.
Yep, thank you. Do you guys have any questions for the applicant while he's up here?
Not at this point, thank you.
Not at this point, but I'm certain I will after we've heard everything. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So public comment is open. So anybody that wishes to speak on this item may do so for 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Commission, good to see you here this morning. My name is Praj White. I'm a civil engineer and part of the applicant's agent team. I just wanted to touch base on generally the process of approval that happens here with HCD. There was some question on that. Basically, from this point, what would happen is that the project would need to be fully designed for all of the utilities, all of the grading, all of the infrastructure. And once those plans were completed, those plans would then be taken and have to come back to Lake County Planning Department. And I would have to review the plans for consistency with this approval today. They would also have to go over to Department of Environmental Health, and working with your staff at Department of Environmental Health, very rigorous review of on-site wastewater treatment. And going through that process, the plans would also have to go to Department of Public Works for review for conformance with local regulations. And then they would also be sent out to State Fire Marshal for review through all of the regulations that apply from the state, not only building permit side, but California Fire Code. And once those 4 departments have reviewed the plans and find that they're in conformance with the approvals and the regulations, then the form is signed that goes over to HCD, and HCD begins the process of building permit review. And when HCD goes through that building permit review, basically they have their own building official, and they run through the process and do a standard plan check and review until we have a complete set of plans that are in conformance.
Could you remind us what HDC stands for?
Oh, HCD is California State Department of Housing and Community Development. And so they have jurisdiction over special occupancy parks, which are transient facilities. So really, once that happens, it goes through that process. Just wanting to iterate, that's a very rigorous process from this point forward. There will also be other reviews for the state drinking water system and so forth. So hopefully that helps add a little bit of clarity to the process. I personally have been involved in the conceptual design part of the staff report and collected data on site, been on site several times, and did a thorough job to vet that this conceptual concept in front of you is very feasible and can be built and completed as described. We would like the opportunity to come up and rebuttal or discuss any items that come up during the next session of public comment. And I wanted to clarify today, because of the beginning notes, are we making a decision today, or is this an informational, we'll close the hearing and have us come back for another?
Because we were able to get our server back online, we will be making a decision today.
Okay, and we will be able to have the opportunity to come up at the end of public comment and rebuttal the project?
Yes, you'll be able to answer questions that may come up for the public.
Thank you very much.
Taking action doesn't mean we might not move to continue.
Agreed, yep, no problem. Thank you.
Public, is it public comment now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Gail Erasmi, and I live out past the proposed development. I just had a couple questions. The 15,000-gallon water storage, is that the total water storage there for all these cabins, or does each cabin have a supply of water? That's one of my questions. Yeah.
My name's Angie Dodd. I'm with North Point Consulting. And just to clarify, the water storage, there is 15,000 gallons of water storage. That's above the minimum required for fire suppression and the daily demand. So at 15,000 gallon, there's 5,000 gallon for rural firefighter requirement. That's the minimum requirement. There's 8,000 gallons per day for water use. And so we gave a total of 15,000 gallons, which is 4,000 more than the daily demand. So.
Okay, it just didn't seem like it was that much.
So in terms of the demand calculations, that is what the minimum requirement is. We can discuss more for fire storage. We can discuss more for use. There are also 2 man-made ponds on site by the prior property owner that is additional water available for fire suppression storage. And I think CAL FIRE has used that water in the past, and they have a right to use that surface water. So.
Okay, and don't leave. So regarding the ponds that are on there, do they hold water all year?
So there's can you hear me? Sorry. I've seen water in the larger pond all year, not the smaller pond.
Okay. And then up to 16 local employees, 5 full-time, are they really from the local areas, or do you bring people from other areas in?
According to Getaway, which is what Scott just said, they prefer to use local employees, and I wanted to clarify that there is a beautiful residence on site, and the manager will live on site, gets to live on site in that beautiful residence, so they have someone on site 24/7.
Okay. And then what's the cost of the rentals, like for a week? What kind of people are?
Oh, I have to let Scott from Getaway answer that.
All right. And okay.
I can respond now? Or
Yeah, cost of rentals, and what happens if for some reason now that it would end up being under the control of the state?
So the way that HCD works, so I know it's confusing. We've been working with Lake County Planning, Building, Public Works, Environmental Health, and the Fire Marshal on another project similar to this, and it goes through HCD, and it has been confusing, and we've all been learning as we go through it. So the design process and approval process is very rigorous. This is a first step in a huge regulatory process and approval process. It takes a long time. Once it gets through all the design review and it's built, it is permitted through Housing and Community Development because Lake County hasn't taken that on themselves to regulate special occupancy parks through HCD. It's my understanding when they get that permit from HCD, they're inspected annually. They can't change the use type. The use is still restricted to what Lake County approves, and they're still beholden to the conditions of approval that Lake County provides in this use permit. So it's not just state control. They're still beholden to local approval and the conditions that Lake County puts on the project. Did that answer your question, or?
Yeah, it just seems odd. You
The
know, it just doesn't seem.
the 3 minutes for the comment are over. If you would like to state those questions in the mic, just so we have them on the record, and then the applicant can answer those after.
Okay, yeah, so I definitely want to know
Thank you.
about the cost.
Thank you.
Comment period.
What kind of people, and if it, yeah, that's mainly it.
Can I respond now?
If you guys would like to actually sit up here, the applicants, so that it'd be a little bit easier to respond.
But it's important to note, this is a comment period, not a Q&A period. We'll do our best to get every question answered, but 3 minutes goes quickly if somebody's answering somebody's question.
Should I respond to the last question?
We're going to let the next speaker go. I don't know if you have notes, and you can have some notes, and we can answer those towards the end when we wrap things up.
Okay.
So we do have the next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Ed Roby, lifelong resident of Lake County, and I am going to have to leave after my comments. I wish I could stick around for your decision, but I've got something else I have to do. Anyway, the reason I'm here is that I'm familiar with the whole Morgan Valley area, having grown up around here, and normally something like this probably wouldn't have piqued my interest as much. But when I noticed that it was a major use permit, that's what got me curious, because I served on the County Planning Commission for 8 years, and I was on the Board of Supervisors for 12 years, and I've sat through a lot of public hearings on various projects of various types. And usually when you have something like a major use permit, I mean, that's like a geothermal power plant. There's usually an EIR, and it's a big deal. So that got me curious about a campground. Anyway, the thing about this project, I'm not going to get real specific. I'll let the local residents do that. But I just want to kind of talk big picture. I'm familiar with the area, and I'm sure the company is a fine company, and they do a good job. But I have a big concern that this project may not fail, may fail, may not be viable economically. And so if the state of California is in control of it, and the project just doesn't make enough money to survive, then what happens? And I remember, I submitted a letter, by the way, months ago, and I mentioned this, my concern here in my letter, but I don't think anybody else has really addressed it. And I remember what happened in what is now the city of Clear Lake when the economics changed and there were a bunch of little resorts that turned into very low-income housing. And then they kind of became mini ghettos, and it became a big problem. And I'm afraid that if this project fails, you're going to end up with a little mini ghetto out there in the middle of Morgan Valley, and that doesn't fit. Frankly, I don't think the project really fits out there anyway, but that's not my main goal here. I just want to make sure that there's some provisions in the mitigation measures that will prevent that from happening. And I'm worried that if the state takes over, what happens after, if it does fail, well, then what happens then? Does the county's mitigation measures, does anything that you build in there to provide safeguards, does that apply or not? I hope somebody can answer that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Erasmi, and we live a little east of where the project's going in. We've been out there for quite a while, and the water in that area, the quality is terrible. It's got sodium, it's got boron, and there's not much of it. There's a lot of people that are hauling water all year. And the question that I have is the water in this campground going to be good to drink for people, or is he going to be hauling water in just for your flushing of toilets and stuff, and they bring their own water? Second question, is there another access going to be off of Morgan Valley Road other than the gated one that there is now? And if it is, where is it at? Third question, are all these roads in this thing going to be paved or not? You know? And to readdress what the wife said, we got 20,000 gallons of water storage right there in 2 ponds. And the last fire we have, it was all gone. All of it. Helicopters come in, dropped the hook, took the water out, and the water only lasts. So that's a bad area for fire. And I think it totally doesn't fit the area. Morgan Valley Road is becoming a hook all the way around to Lake Berryessa, and it's used by bicyclists, motorcyclists, and every time they have an event, they use that road. I just don't think the area is ready or fits that whole thing of being developed more. So that's my concerns.
Good morning. My name's Judy Shaw. I'm the girlfriend of Mark Tuban, who lives on Morgan Valley Road. I've been a resident of Lake County up in Cobb for 40 years. My first concern with I thought it was 49, but I guess 59 campsite at 18300 Morgan Valley is with the campers themselves. On June 8th, a few of us showed up here to express our objection to this project, and Steve Smith got up and said, "You get tourists up here drinking and acting stupid, you're going to have a fire. I can guarantee you that." And I kind of agree with him. You don't even need to be a drunk tourist to make bad decisions. I want to tell you a story from an article I recently read. I quote, "It was evening on the mountain and we couldn't have a fire because of the prevailing winds on the ridge line. But the one thing we did bring was our gas fire pit, which we put underneath the pine tree and surrounded our chairs. We watched the sunset spread across the sky." And that's the end of the quote. And fire and wind are a dangerous combination. Anything can happen, especially if you have inexperienced campers and the fact that some people just don't think. The other point I wanted to make was the risk of fire and the 15,000-gallon holding tank for water to fight fires. And I feel that this isn't enough water. If the diameter of the pipe is 2.5 inches, the water will be gone in less than 15 minutes. I went through the Valley Fire in Cobb and learned that fire created its own weather system and took off so fast that it couldn't be controlled. Thousands of people had to be evacuated, most of them only with the clothes on their backs and no time to locate their pets, and had to leave them. It doesn't matter how many employees you have on site, you can't guarantee our safety from fires. And I feel like you're putting us in harm's way by building these campsite projects. My next concern is the wildlife and environmental impact from the project. The Tule elk, which was once on the endangered species list, has come back to this area. There will be no, excuse me, I lost my place. Okay. Okay, anyway, all the creatures who were there will be affected by the encroachment of people and the 49 campsites. Septic systems are another concern. No matter how you look at it, unprocessed waste is not good for the environment or the groundwater. There will be no treatment available, so we will have 148 plus people creating a lot of waste. The Getaway Housing Company has determined there is no potential significant impact with doing this project. It's hard to believe with the risk of fire and sanitation involved. And who's really going to be the watchdog of this project? This is a bad time for California to put any kind of recreational campsite. Home insurance have tripled, and no insurance company wants to insure anyone in California. And thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you.
My name's Margaret Comer, and our property is directly across the street from where they're planning this. I want to tell you in advance, I'm hard of hearing, so if you say something to me and I don't hear you, I'm not being rude. So our first concern, of course, is fire. And the way you make it sound, it's like we're going to have the nicest, best behaved campers you've ever met. I've camped for 30 years. I know campers. Camping is an excuse for many people to go out and get dead drunk and behave badly. I've seen people pull guns on each other. I've seen them turn up Weber barbecues that are on fire, turn them up in anger and almost set the grounds on fire. I've seen a girl run over her boyfriend with a jet ski. We have cleaned up so many campsites and gone and put out fires that people have left. Campers do not behave well. Some do, but a lot of them don't. And then you have to police them. The other concern, of course, is the water table, because our water has been affected already. The water table is depleted, and if they set this program up, it's going to deplete the water even more. We're already having to bring water in as it is, and we don't want to have to do any more of that. And we also have the problem of getting out in an emergency. It all sounds like it's going to be very simple, but if you've ever lived through it, which we did on Cache Creek because our property was right across from the fire, everybody tried to get out. The schools tried to get buses in to get the kids out. Parents tried to get to the school. People tried to get out of the fire. It was terrible. It made a complete chaos. And it made it very hard for the fire equipment to get in to fight the fire because there was so much traffic and so many people in the way. The other area we're concerned about is the ecology. Getaway has said they're going to have hiking trails, which is great, except that people don't behave well when they do this. There'll be diapers, there'll be cigarette butts, there'll be candy wrappers, there'll be water bottles. People just aren't careful. And then, of course, there's the wildlife. We will be invading their territory, but they'll pay the price for the invasion. God forbid that a pet or a human get attacked by a wild animal. If people leave garbage out, it'll attract animals. The water, the ponds that they plan to put in will attract animals. That leaves an area of, if somebody's pet dog, somebody comes up there for the wilderness, they want their dog to enjoy the wilderness too. So they let the animal out to run around and play, and that's a temptation to get eaten by a coyote. I walk my dogs daily. It's not the coyote's job not to eat my dogs. It's my job to keep the coyote from eating my dogs. It's my responsibility, not the coyotes. And up there, it's going to be difficult to do that. And the other concern is for Lower Lake, the town of Lower Lake itself. It's a nice little town. One of the reasons we like it up here is the people are nice, they're friendly, they're considerate of each other. They don't drive like maniacs through downtown. We have 2 schools right there on Lake Drive. That's one of the main ways to get to Walmart and to 53 to get to Safeway and to IGA. So the dude who's on a beer run is not going to be too concerned about the kids there. The parking for the schools is across the street. The kids have to cross the street to get to the schools. That's a concern. That's a big concern for us. We're careful because we know that it is there, so we try to be, but you're going to be bringing in a couple of hundred different people who don't care about us. You don't care about our little town, don't care about our kids. That's a concern. I don't think this is a project that's good for this area. I really don't. I think this is a phenomenal area, and it's a growing area. I tell people all the time that it's a great place to invest, that it's growing, it's changing. We're getting more wineries and more grapes, and someday it'll compete with the Napa Valley. But I don't think this project will work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Hello, board. My name is Charlene Wignall, and in 1982, my parents created Camp Indian Meadows for children. Most of those children came from the Bay Area. They were wealthy children. So I'm going to also talk about another project, and I'm also from Napa Valley, and I'm from Lake County all my life. In Napa Valley, we took a trailer park, and they removed the trailers, and they put these about $60,000 structures on site. It's on Silverwater Trail. They don't pull up people who are going to dump diapers on the hiking trail. They don't pull people who are going to throw garbage. They pull movie stars and classy people. I don't think these people are going to charge pennies to draw in scummy people. I think they're going to charge a good price for their housing, and they may pull in wonderful people that will bring class to Lake County. As far as water goes, I mean, the fire issue, we've never had a fire at Camp Indian Meadows. We had campfires for the kids, one campfire all the time for many thousands of kids, many years. Not one fire. We had a lake also that's still there today that the fire department uses when they need water. Apparently, this organization has 2 lakes. Sorry, I'm nervous. I just think it's so petty to not bring class into Lake County, which has been financially struggling for generations. The elk, there's too many elk over there. They can't control them, they can't hunt them. They're outnumbered. I don't know if you've seen it, there's hundreds and hundreds of elk where they're talking about. So why would these people, and they're only talking about 100 people. So I hope, I know you guys should pass. There's no reason why you shouldn't pass, and it's going to bring class to our organization, our county. Thank you, Eric, for your help also on the project and board.
Hi, my name's Jolene Wignall, and this is the first time I'm up here in front of everybody, so excuse my nervousness. But I live in St. Helena and Lake County, and I do get away to see the beauty of Lake County. Even though St. Helena is a wealthy town, Lake County is a poor town. When you have a beautiful cabin to be in, it's considered getaway beauty, and we are wealthy up here for that. I think the campground is a wonderful idea. We're lacking housing, and I'm in Cobb, and there's nowhere to stay. I know it's for 7 days, but we don't have places to really stay, and a campground would be ideal and sufficient for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Brian Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Lake County, the Tourism Improvement District. As a lot of you probably know, and most of you out here know, that Lake County has a long history in tourism. A lot of our tourism lodging has aged out. We are in desperate need of new product in Lake County. It's one of the biggest hurdles we face in really growing this pillar of economic engine for Lake County, which is tourism. We are very excited about a best-in-class company like Getaway Lake County. I've done research on their other locations and spoke with several folks who've stayed at their locations. It is truly a best-in-class company, and that is exactly what we need to draw into Lake County. Visit California does a study every year. For every $1 a person will spend in a accommodation, they will spend another $3 out in our community. Again, that's the economic driver that Lake County needs to keep its eyes on. Change is not easy, but this is a great product for Lake County, and I hope you support it.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Michael Santorelli, and I came to talk about the traffic issue. I'd like to give each one of the commissioners one of the actual information that Mr. Porter made a green sheet of. I wasn't sure what a green sheet is. Okay, great. Well, at this point in time, after hearing the presentation, it doesn't sound bad. It sounds like it could be a good campground, so that's good. But on the other hand, I can't support it right now, primarily because of the increased traffic it's going to bring to Morgan Valley Road. There's a couple of studies that were mentioned and that are in the application. One is from, let me see here, North Point, I think it's called. Yeah, North Point, and the other is from W-Trans. I'd like to bring your attention to the table that North Point put in their technical memorandum.
So just for your information, we did receive this earlier today, this packet.
Oh.
Yeah,
wow.
That's what a green
They
sheet
made
is.
copies? You got all the packet with the photos?
I believe so, yes.
Holy
Yes,
mackerel.
I've seen all of these.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Anyway, if you look at the table, they say the bottom line here is that the total average daily trips will be 98. Their calculations are based only on 11 staff members, and which I've used in my calculations too. Although I do, and now today I find out for sure it's 16. And only one delivery per day. And of the 59 campsites, 83.7% will be occupied, and 83.7% comes to 49 campers. And we need the absolute number because that's important. They multiplied that 49, or 83%, by 1.5 trips, which is unusual. No one makes a 1.5 trip. You don't go to Tahoe 1.5, you don't take a 1.5 trip to Tahoe, to Disneyland, to Hawaii. It's 2 trips. One trip down from Lower Lake to site, and the other trip from the site to Lower Lake on Morgan Valley Road. It's 2 trips, so it should be multiplied by 2. Which is what I've done in Table 1. So instead of getting 98 daily trips, you're going to get 122 daily trips if you just use 11 staff members. With 16, you're going to get 132 trips. Now that doesn't seem like much of a difference, but it makes a big difference when you look at the other study on traffic from W-Trans, because they talk about
Sir, this is just a reminder that the 3 minutes are up, but if you would like to wrap up your comments.
this is really important, because there needs to be a new traffic study done. They say that because there's only 98 daily trips, it doesn't need further analysis according to OPC, I think it is, the California, anyway, it's another manual. So what I'm saying is that the study is faulty and the conclusions are wrong of that study. It says that no further analysis is required, but there is further analysis. If you look at Table 2, you will see the amount of traffic that's going to hit Morgan Valley Road. They also don't, the study doesn't mention anything about day trippers. And of course, there's going to be day trippers. If there's no day trippers, what's the economic benefit to Lake County? They're going to bring all their stuff at the site, stay there, and when they go, they go back home. Where's the money being spent? There's going to be day trippers. The county recognizes that in their memorandum concerning greenhouse gas emissions. It's actually in the evaluation of environmental impacts. They say that they calculate that there would be 50% day trips. Table 2 shows 50% day trips added to the 98 day trips that Getaway puts down here, which is actually more now.
Excuse me, sir.
146.
I've given you an extra minute to speak. We have to be fair with everybody that's wishing to speak, so
Okay.
thank you.
What I'm saying, what has to be done, there must be another traffic study, because in 7 days, there will be 1,022 vehicle trips on Morgan Valley Road. In 30 days, there will be 4,380 trips on Morgan Valley Road. And my main reason, one of the reasons also, there's a blind turn at Bonham Road. I gave you photos. The cars have 45 mile per hour speed, it's a speed zone. It's very dangerous. In the back, the very last part of my presentation here is a table from the Highway Design Manual that W-Trans uses themselves to show that there's plenty of line of sight distance for their driveway. 45 miles an hour, you must have 360 line of sight distance. There's only 228 feet of line of sight from the end of that curve to Wagner Road. I didn't do a great job presenting this, but the bottom line is the traffic study that's presented, got a dry mouth, any water, is wrong, is an error, and the conclusions should not be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And just a reminder, once the beeper goes off, I'll give you a few seconds to wrap up the comments, because we do have a lot of people that wish to give their opinion as well.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Laura McAndrews-Samuel, and I'm the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I had the opportunity to tour the property earlier this week. I was very impressed with the thoughtfulness. On 400 acres, they only want to put 59 units because they want to, Getaway wants to really provide a quality experience in nature. And when you look at their website, you can see that, you know, the rates that they charge and that kind of thing are definitely going to attract an audience of folks that have the means to, to invest in that kind of quality experience. It is, I have to admit, I've never been on Morgan Valley Road before, and I drove it very slowly, and I was about 2 miles past the Lower Lake Schoolhouse. It is a nice drive, a short drive, and I think about businesses in downtown Lower Lake like Pascanelli's coffee and sandwich shop that just recently had to close. And I think about other businesses in Lake County that could be supported by an extra 59 couples a weekend that would come with their means and want to do day trips and that kind of thing. So this is something, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors have not officially voted on this. I can only speak on behalf of my own personal observations, but I definitely want to definitely encourage the commissioners to approve this plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Comer. I live directly across the street from the proposed plan. And, you know, of course, it does sound like a very good idea, the getaway and everything. The only problem we have, of course, is with its locale. And Lake County desperately needs this type of thing. But the infrastructure is not there to support it. And in your own site reports, staff report, it comments about, basically that they feel that there's 9 other wells in that area that will compete with their wells. Well, their wells now, they're proposing that their usage is going to go over 2 million gallons a year. Well, mine happens to be one of those wells. My 2 neighbors through this drought went dry, along with mine had severe things too. So it's directly impacting us from that standpoint. And the other thing is, they say that, the wildlife, and then in your staff report, it even mentions that even though residents and stuff have mentioned about, the different types of wildlife that's there that could be affected, bears, mountain lions, and stuff like that. However, these species are not mentioned in your biological assessment submitted. So it seems like there's quite a few areas that haven't really been thought out and completed as far as, the research that's needed to be done for this. And the simple fact that 59 fire pits in Getaway's proposal, undisturbed, everything else, that area over there is in tinderbox. We've been evacuated and stuff, and as though as nice it might be having this very thing here, you're talking about a firebox. And you can have your upper scale things or whatever. I can just tell you, I know for a fact, people will go in there, hey, they're getting away, they're relaxing, they're getting careless. Things will happen, and they'll be very bad for all the locals around there. And as far as, impact, there is even the traffic thing is going to be an issue. There is also a school in Lower Lake where they have the kids come down and go through and help the businesses out and stuff like that. People making their Walmart run or their other run and stuff like that, and the 2 schools that are around that's going to be in the path, you're really not looking at the full picture as far as what that particular area can support. Getaway sounds like a great idea and stuff, but in the area that they're wanting to put it in, it's just not a good location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. My name is Zach Carpenter. I'm the real estate broker on this ranch deal. I sell ranches throughout Mendocino and Lake County, and I've seen the impact that the locals have had on these properties. I think what I've seen is the locals are some of the best and some of the worst land stewards there are. I've had about 6 or 7 people inquire about this property since I listed it, maybe a year before Getaway came on board. 4 out of 6 of them were pot growers. One of them that was very serious about buying it wanted to do a 15-acre marijuana grow, and we don't have to guess what the water impact is on that. They wouldn't need a major use permit. They wouldn't be going through any of this to put in a 15-acre cannabis garden. So to say that the other side of the coin, if you don't let Getaway do this, the other side is probably much more detrimental. This is 8 legal parcels. You can build 16 homes on these parcels. That would require 16,000 gallons a day, at least. These people are talking about using half of that. Again, I've just seen hundreds of ranches between Lake and Mendocino County, and I've seen such destruction, it's incredible. So to bring people that are middle to upper class into this county and have them spending money, I know every time I travel, I forget 2 or 3 things that I have to buy that I don't need. Sometimes it's a shaver. I mean, it could be expensive items. So I spent the last few weeks going to Upper Lake. I went to everywhere but Lower Lake, and I asked the merchants. I went to the fire departments. I went to the restaurants. I went to everybody I felt would be impacted by this. And 99% of the people get this grin on their face, and they just think it's an incredible idea. The only person that I went to was you know, the Association of Realtors in Upper Lake, and it happened to be one of the neighbors that worked there. And we talked for 25 minutes, and she just seemed extremely uninformed and just didn't have really the gist of what this project is. I really wanted the honest opinion because I would be reluctant to have one of my sellers go into another one of these deals. This could take 2 years. It's a tremendous amount of effort and work. So I really wanted to know if this is good, if people support this, because if they don't, I'm not going to back it. And it was just tremendous amount of support, even from the different, I made sure I went to every fire department in Kelseyville, Lakeport, Upper Lake. I went to 4 golf courses. I went to dozens of restaurants. And people are in such huge support of this. I got very little negative feedback at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. My name is Fletcher Thornton. I'm from Middletown. And I want to admit to the board that I am pro-growth. So that being said, you can take my comments for whatever they're worth. The general plan and the area plans basically lay out a roadmap for how we're going to develop Lake County. And everyone that wants to get involved in that input has an opportunity to do that. Developers come, and people that want to grow things come to Lake County and they look at the general plan, they find out what the zoning is, what are the conditions, and they base their investment on what they think the county wants them to do. If there are issues that the county objects to, they can always just mitigate it. But we cannot, and we went through this last time we did a general plan 19 years ago or 20 years ago. Everyone was throwing balls in the air saying, we can't do this, we can't do that, we're going to have too many houses, too many people, too many subdivisions. And at the end of the year, after we've been in this general plan meeting for 2 years, not one house was built during that boom, because we spent all of our time arguing about what were the benefits, and the local people didn't want any growth. I understand that. But growth is going to happen in Lake County. We can't stop it. All we can do is control it and mitigate the effect that growth has on the individuals living here. You can't stop growth. We need growth. All you have to do is have a break-in and call the sheriff and say, I had to break in. He said, well, okay, good. Send in a report. Well, would you send a deputy out? No, we don't have any deputies to send out because we don't have any budget for that. So growth, if we're going to get out of this stagnant pool that we're in, then growth is the way we're going to do it, not through isolationists saying Napa's over there and they're over here and we're going to remain the same. I understand these people wanting 320 acres around them. It's lovely. See the deer, see the elk and all that. If they want that, then let them buy the land. People come in to buy land, they want to know what are the conditions of approval, what can I do, and how do I do it? And the Planning Commission's job, as far as I'm concerned, is to look at both and say, yeah, they meet all the requirements. But we're concerned about this. In order for our approval, you have to mitigate this problem. They seem willing to mitigate anything, any objections you have. Yes, it's going to be more traffic, but traffic means more people, people means more dollars to the county. So I would suggest that the Planning Commission be strong, be brave, don't be afraid to make a decision based on the overall picture of Lake County, not just Morgan Valley Road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Jennifer Marshall. I was not planning to talk, so I'm going to ramble.
I would be the one, I think, most impacted. I live behind the gate where they want to put this resort. I think it's a great thing. I think Lake County needs this. The economy, it's going to help stimulate Lake County. Fires is not a concern for me from the resort. Honestly, I have more fear from the people behind Walmart starting fires every other week than I would this resort. Traffic, I can tell you I've been on Morgan Valley since 2004. There was barely any traffic when I moved out there. In the last however many years, it is horrible with water trucks for marijuana grows up and down that road all day long. So to me, more traffic from this resort is not going to be any different than the water trucks that go up and down all day long. Also, it's 59 campgrounds. What are the chances all 59 are going to be full at one time that traffic is going to be so impactful to people? As for the water, I know there's a few wells on the parcel next to me. They have the big lakes. I'm not worried about it. I think it's a great thing. Lake County has nothing here, really. It's not even a thorough-through, right? So like people aren't driving through, hey, let's stop and get something. You have to come to Lake County for a reason. Nothing brings people here. It's nice to see something that could bring people here.
Thank you for your comment. Can we take a look in the Zoom room, see if we have any hands?
First participant in the Zoom room, Doran. You are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hello?
Hi, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, I'm computer challenged. Please bear with me. Okay, I guess I'm gonna speak off the cuff here. My question is, wait a second, unmute. Hello?
Hi, we
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My question, Lynn Doran, my property is directly across from 18300. And my question is, what is the rush in passing Getaway Project? There are a lot of questions, there's a lot of concerns, and a lot of study yet needs to be done to make sure this is the right place. So why do we have to draw a line in the sand and say right now, right now, right now? It's too important to rush through. I submitted 12 pages of my comments to the CEQA to Eric Porter. I hope all the commissioners got my 12 pages. Took hours for me to write. My feeling is 59 fire pits, over 200 people and their pets, 100 cars, that equals disaster in any kind of emergency. Any emergency. A small fire, a big fire equals panic. And it's only a 2-lane road to get out of Lower Lake to 53. If anybody has driven Morgan Valley, you know Berryessa is not an option. I tried to drive that road with my van. It is not pretty. It is not fun. And it's not going to work. The USGS report that I saw said 85% of the land under these 59 trailer pad sites is very unstable. Once you disrupt that soil, it's like kitty litter. It's going to move. The other thing is water is life. Yes, our well ran dry, and our pond is constantly used. We have a pond on our property, lucky us. Our pond is constantly used for fires. They dip into it. I do not believe they dip into Eagle Lake, but they do dip into ours. So are they going to use our water to put out anything up across the street? No one even consulted us in their fire plans or the mitigation. No one. Another question, if the state's going to take it over, who pays for additional police enforcement, fire protection in dense brush, the road maintenance, which is going to happen? Even with the pot growers, you're going to have road maintenance. And the medical coverage if anything should happen to these 200 people. Snake bites, dog bites, who knows? We do have bear on our property, the beautiful cinnamon bear. If there's an issue, what do? Shoot it? And the litigation that happens when people do get hurt.
Hi, Lynn. Just
Especially
a heads
the
up.
upper class. Yes.
Just a heads up. Your 3 minutes are up if you would like to wrap up your comment.
Absolutely. Okay, this area is a tinderbox. I hope everybody remembers the Rocky Fire, the Jerusalem Fire, the Valley Fire. The Clayton Fire took 150 acres of our 173 acres. 15,000 gallons will not touch it. If a fire erupts on that upper ridge with all this dry, beautiful growth, because they didn't get a fire. They didn't get the Clayton Fire. We did. But when that thing goes up with any breeze at all, 15 gallons, 15 minutes, you're dry. Okay, our place was to be a wildlife refuge. And it is today. So your actions today will decide Lower Lake's future. Yeah, growth is fine, but, you know, relinquishing Lower Lake's most precious resource in other places too. Like Morgan Valley is great, that's true. So why not build up the other places that have infrastructure? If Upper Lake loves this plan, put it in Upper Lake.
Lynn?
I'm sorry, I'm getting
Ms. Duran?
passionate. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Next participant, Marion Rodding. You are allowed to speak. Please state your name.
My name is Marianne Roding. I'm a registered hydrogeologist, and I took a look at the CEQA. I've sent the report to you and asked for all the commissioners to get the report so they could see it ahead of time. My main reason for commenting is the soil type. The soil type is listed by the USDA as 209, which is called sky-high Milsham loam. And as a hydrogeologist, I know that this is not a stable type of soil. However, the CEQA says it is. So I wrote to Jacqueline Vega, the Area 1 Resource Soil Scientist for the USDA for your area. And she said, and I quote, map unit 209 Milsham loams have a soil mass movement risk low to moderate. However, note that the rating is for soils in their present condition and does not consider present land use or manually disturbed soil, such as removal of deep-rooted trees. Well, all these campsites have a disturbance to the soils. You cannot consider the soil stable anymore once you've disturbed them. The whole CEQA is based on stable soils. It's not stable. If you saturate the soil, with more water, it's going to be like mud. If you shake that mud, you're going to have slides. So let's look at the potential for saturation. You have 20 leach lines that you're going to be putting in, 20 potential septic tanks. So I asked Ms. Vega about this, and she said, map unit symbol 209, this is a quote, has a rating of very limited. Very limited indicates that the soil has one or more features that are unfavorable for the specified use. The limitations generally cannot be overcome with major soil reclamation, special design, or expensive installation procedures. Poor performance and high maintenance can be expected. So let's think about shaking this area.
in their report, they themselves have written, there are numerous map faults dissecting the property in the region of the Sulphur Bank fault zone. I have all this on a PowerPoint. I'd love to show you the pictures, but we don't have time. So we have faults running through the property. Are they still active? In the last 45 years, there have been 59 earthquakes within 7 miles of the site. The largest is a 4.1, which is 2.7 miles to the west of the site. The closest was a 2.5, which is less than a mile from the site. So yes, all these faults are still active. Now we're oversaturating the soil, and you are having problems with potential slides. So let's talk about landslides. Do we have a potential for landslides? When you look, the CEQA says the site does not contain unstable soil and the risk of landslides is remote. However, when you pull up the California Department of Conservation map, you'll see that the site, specifically where the campers are located, have a very high susceptibility, deep-seated landslide susceptibility, somewhere between a 5 and a 9 out of 10. And most of the campsites are on a 9 because of the steep slopes. So now we've got oversaturated soil. We've
Just
got
a reminder that the
steep
3 minutes are up, if you would like to wrap up your comment.
3 minutes. We give the other side 10 minutes and a PowerPoint presentation, and I get 3 minutes. I'd love to talk to you about the wells, the whole well issue. I'd love to talk to you about how 48% of the site has not had early spring checks for the flora. I'd love to talk to you about the fact that we have golden eagles on the site, which you can find on their own selling video. I'd love to talk to you about the fact that the fire potential now is extreme as of the map for 2023. So
if I can just interrupt for a moment, Marjan, I just wanted to let you know that we did receive your PowerPoint. Thank you very much for the extensive effort. I actually received 2 copies.
Good.
I just wanted to let you know that we did receive this, so we hear you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I could stop being excited then that maybe you're not hearing. All right, good. Well, then I guess I relinquish.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Next participant, Richard Durham. You are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Richard Durham. I'm a realtor. And just to fix up a little thing that went earlier, the realtor who came up and spoke about the property would be taken over by marijuana growers. I showed that property to several marijuana farmers, and all of them turned it down because it is too steep and there was no place on the entire acreage where they could even do a 1/4 acre of cannabis. So that is not an option for that property. I just want to make that clear. These are 8 APNs. There's 32 sites on a one-way road in case of a fire, and that's at a ridge top. As we know, fires burn uphill rapidly. So that would be 32 campsites trying to go down a one-way road to get out of that site. The other campsites all have a circular road, so they have other options. But the 32 sites only have one option. And if that's 1.5 cars per site, well, we have a real issue. And then another point. On the septic systems, I counted 18, maybe there's 20. When I go to build a house in Lake County and I lay out my septic system, I have to also lay out a replacement septic system, which I don't see here. And the reason for that is septic system leach fields fail. One of the major reasons is because people don't know what to put down the toilet or the sink. You put bleach down there, you kill the septic system. You put pharmaceutical, thrown away drugs down the toilet system, you kill the leach field. So I would think that a replacement leach field would be appropriate for each one of these leach fields. So that would take it to 36 or 40 leach fields. Fire suppression. To have fire pits out there, whether they're locked or not, is a dangerous thing. So I suggest that all the fire pits should be removed completely and not allowed. And then last and not least, the policing and management. So you have a real beautiful house up there that the manager will be living in. But the action will be taking acres and acres and acres away from that management house. I don't know if you've ever been camping, but campers are not the most respectful people on the planet. They're out there to celebrate, whatever. The campground at Clear Lake State Park has rangers with guns. You will not have that there. You'll have 59 basically sites governing themselves. And there are other places in the county that this could go. It's a great business. It's a great business model. But as we know, size is relative, and 8 to 10,000 square foot lot in the city is huge. Out here, 100 acres is not such a big thing. That's still our neighborhood. So you're asking to put in the campground into a neighborhood. I don't think it fits. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Participant in the Zoom room, J.S.J. Smith. You are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hello? Can you hear me? My name is
Deputy
J. Smith. Steve Smith is my name.
Can you hear you?
Hello?
Hi, yeah, we can hear you. Could you just repeat your first and last name again?
Okay. My name is Steve Smith. I live at 18225 Morgan Valley Road, directly across from this proposed trailer park. Wow, I'm so happy to hear the comments from the people that are that this is going to affect. It's I'm just lost because so many things were said that I agree with. The fire, the noise, the dust that's going to be generated from a gravel road, the noise from a gravel road, all these things are just gonna ruin the area. But I guess mainly I have to stay off of my once again my not in my backyard deal, but the fires. The fire. If Getaway takes fire seriously, they would never even dream of proposing. They would never put their campsite on this property. This property is the worst possible place as far as fires are concerned. There is no other place on this earth that is worse than this location. It's stated. It's wonderful. We've invested a huge amount of our tax dollars into our fire department for the men who risk their lives, for their pay, so they're paid well. We put a lot of money into the best equipment that they could possibly have, and it's paid for itself. It's shown itself to help us out. It's working. We no longer have to hear about how tall the hill was or how windy it was and all that. They're stomping the fires out these days. However, how about preventative? How could they not say one word about this project at Getaway there? How could they not say one? I haven't heard a peep. Like, this is okay to put these campsites, 200 people, all with their own opinion of how things are going to be done. You can put all the signs on the wall you want. People don't pay attention. Most people don't. You're acting like it's going to be some Zen thing where they're going to go up and do yoga all day long. Give me a break. That's ridiculous. Jesus. Thank goodness all these people.
Just a reminder, Steve, your 3
knows
minutes are up.
about
If you would like to wrap up your comment.
Yeah, no one would have known. If Getaway had their way, we all would have known nothing about this. I am so happy to see people getting up there and people that actually have something real to say other than have some class or, you know, we don't have class.
We live there.
We live there, and I got as much class as I want to have. I love it there, and I love the peace and quiet, and how dare you? Not you people. I wish I was at the meeting so I could look everybody in the face and we could all make that connection. But I got to be up here because the last meeting I went to, I missed my grandson's graduation. So I was able to come up. I'm in Spokane right now to see my granddaughter graduate. But I was supposed to be out of this campsite 15 minutes ago. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm so thankful for those of you that have gotten up and spoken from your heart about this project. It's in the wrong location. Please put it in a better location.
Upper Lake.
Anywhere else, not anywhere else. Put it in a safe location so our tax dollars aren't going towards our fire department risking their lives and having to run up and down, back and forth to this spot, putting out fires, because there will be fires. I just wonder how many in a year there's going to be. I don't care if you didn't have fires at your other places. Your other places aren't labeled like this place. This place is the worst.
Hi, Steve. We're going to go to
let me talk.
Hi, we're going to go to the next person. If you would like to wrap up your comment, that'd be great.
Yep. I'm wrapped up. I'm so thankful that we were able to get up and try and get to the truth of this matter, not these padded numbers and all shuffled around to make things look right, because they don't look right. There's not enough water. There's going to be fires.
Bad roads.
Thank you for your
Bad
comment.
roads, noise, music, dogs.
All right, we're moving on to the next person. Just be mindful that we do have 3 minutes so that everybody is allowed to speak. And I do give a little bit of an extension to wrap up the comments, so please, let's try to stick to the rules.
I will.
Thank you.
Charlene Wignall. I'm a firefighter academy graduate, and I have the property or the campground that is north of what was known Beaverbrook Creek years ago for the kids. Then it became Yogi Bear, and now it's Madala Center. They have over, I believe, 100 and something campsites there. I could be under. I've never walked the entire property. Since this, probably the 80s that I know of. I don't know when Beaverbrook started, but definitely Yogi Bear and Madala. They have campfire pits. We haven't had a fire. The fire was started by a person who was below poverty level because apparently tried to do his own electrical on a hot tub. And that caused the valley fire. It wasn't a fire pit. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Just checking the Zoom room once more, see if there's any hands in there. If not, we'll come back to, oh, we actually have somebody here in the chambers that wishes to speak. Then we'll go back and check on the Zoom room.
My name's Archie Heelan, and I know the property probably just as good as anyone. I've worked on that property for 18 years, and the money that he spent just to keep it fire safe, you know, it's probably one of the safest properties in Lake County, you know, tree-wise, and, you know, it's, I see it, how it be not right to let this go through. I mean, it's a win-win situation, you know. For this not to pass would be insane. I just don't get it. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Participant in Zoom room, Valerie Milburn. You are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Good morning, still morning. Valerie Milburn. I was at the last meeting. You know, I have no vested interest in any of this, right? I'm not emotionally connected to any of it, although a lot of these people that look
Hi, Valerie. I think we're losing you there. If you would like to try again. All right, we'll just go to the next person.
Richard Durham, you are now allowed to speak.
Can we give people that maybe haven't spoken yet a chance? That's the only hand? Okay, we'll just double check if Valerie's still trying to. Okay. No. Hi, Valerie, can you hear us? I'm going to just do a quick look here in the chambers if anybody wishes to speak that hasn't already spoken. If not, I will be closing public comment.
Would you like the opportunity to comment back?
I can close public comment for that, right?
I think it's time for us to.
Okay, so I'll be closing public comment,
I'd
but...
like to say one thing, just to add one thing. I didn't quite finish my 3 minutes. Gary Comer, one thing that, of course, was brought up, and I hope that the, council here won't do, is the fact that turning over that area to the state of California, it's going to cause problems if you guys do want to change things, or the state then changes their mind for you. And I just hope that you will look at that and not give up that responsibility of your control of the area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll be closing public comment, and we do have the applicants here. You guys may come up to the podium, and we'll be, you can respond to some of the questions, and then we'll be asking some questions as well.
Okay.
I'd like to speak
Before they, you can go ahead.
They could add to their responsibilities.
Okay, you can go ahead.
I think the commissioners want to ask a few questions before a so-called rebuttal begins.
Okay.
It might add to what you address.
Okay.
I'll kick it off. Fire is obviously a concern. We've heard a lot about it today. I did notice in the staff report that it appears Getaway offered to eliminate the fire rings entirely, but that was not made a condition of approval, and I'm wondering why that's the case. Did Getaway make such an offer?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, it trickled into our staff report somehow.
I may be a little confused that Getaway is willing to lock and remove.
That was also in the staff report.
Yeah, the fire rings during high hazard conditions, multiple, it's related in there. There's a condition of approval for that. We've talked about it as a possibility. I mean, it adds to the ambiance, but I'll let Scott speak for Getaway regarding.
I'm not necessarily advocating for eliminating them. I'm just trying to clarify the point in the staff report.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we just have a condition of approval when we're in a very high fire time. I'm not sure what that's called, but I know there's CAL FIRE, somebody declares it, the applicant agree to lock up all the fire pits or something.
Yeah, that is a condition of approval under wildfire, number 7.
Yeah, we exercise that practice at all of our outposts, and are happy to agree to that condition as recommended.
HCD control doesn't concern me. It's not unlike what the glamping project Hotopia had to go through at Six Sigma, which was an arduous bureaucratic process, but ultimately successful. And it is not as though we're just signing over large chunks of Lake County land to HCD to remove without any input from the county. I noticed that all the electrical, et cetera, would be undergrounded, which I think speaks to even better fire security. I don't believe it will ever become a mini mobile home park, and the county wouldn't allow that, HCD wouldn't allow that. Reservations appeal to me. Somebody can't just drive up and act like a yahoo for a couple of days and throw a car battery into a, into a grill fire or something like that. It's a much more controlled environment. I think the architecture and design of the cabins and the philosophy behind it is appropriate for Lake County and a nice mix. I would be concerned about other uses of that land that are much more impactful. And that's the end of my questions and comments.
Okay, I just reread the wildfire-related impact COAs, and I do not see that specific one about shutting down campfires during times of high risk. So I would like to add that as
I support that.
If that would work. So when we make our motion, that would be an amendment. I also have some other concerns that I think are pretty simple. We've heard from a lot of people on this, and I've heard a lot of answers, so I don't want to go over everything. But there are a couple of things maybe for Eric. I think there was I think the assessor and the agency comments said that property taxes are due on these properties, and that there was a merger of parcels, and I'm wondering if that was completed and the taxes paid.
Haven't verified the taxes being paid, although they would need to coordinate with the owner to get the taxes squared away. And presumably that would be a function of HCD and the transition between county and state. I'm sure HCD is going to require that, or at least I would assume so. I want to get back to the wildfire conditions for a moment. I thought during a red flag warning that they were required to lock up the campfire rings.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the document in front of me.
Yeah, it's condition number L7.
L7?
Yeah, it's one of the last, it's on page 5. It's kind of buried in there. Permit holders shall be responsible for all procedures surrounding the fire or fire safety outlined in the project description and operations plan, including the prohibition of fire during a CAL FIRE or Lake County burn ban, Lake County red flag warning, or other condition deemed unsafe for fire. To the discretion of the Lake County Fire Protection District. Permit holders shall be aware of the times of unsafe fire conditions, communicate the fire prohibition clearly to guests prior to their enforcement, the prohibition on fire and fire-producing equipment by conducting routine checks, and ensure that at least one staff member remains on site at all times in the event of an emergency.
Okay, I'm checking the online version. That may be the case. I think that Everardo saw it, but on the one that's printed in front of me doesn't have that on it, on page 5. But thank you. Sounds like it's been addressed.
Commissioners, if I may, very quickly. Nicole. Related to taxes, the state HCD office does not suddenly become responsible for monitoring all aspects of the use of this property, or all aspects of this property in relation to the county's authority. HCD monitors the permit use, so the camping and the associated elements of the camping. And so they would monitor, guest length of stay, making sure people aren't, things like that, making sure people aren't actually living on site if that's not permitted use here, that it's still used as camping, things along those lines. They do not take over monitoring taxes paid.
Thank you. One of that addresses my biggest concern, which is, I've heard it from I think 5 people now. What happens if this project fails? What if it transitions to something else? We've seen that happen in this county a lot, and maybe you'd like to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that the major use permit is kind of the county's protection. So as mentioned by the solicitor, I think, the state will inspect our site, just like they do at Big Bear, to make sure that we're not violating the length of stay. 7 days is our corporate policy for maximum length of stay. In the event we don't have any intention of going out of business, we haven't closed any of our outposts that we've opened in any of the other locations. And our Big Bear outpost is one of our most successful outposts in the company. In that event, if someone else were to take ownership of the property, or we would sell it off and they wanted to use it for a different use, they would be required to go through the same use approval process that we're going through now. And if they wanted to operate it in the exact format that we are proposing to operate it, then I think that they wouldn't need to go through that process. But again, the state would be doing that annual inspection to make sure that they are in conformance with the campground regulations that are outlined.
I'd like to speak to that. Use permits follow the land. It doesn't follow the owners. Yep. And so if you approve a use permit from the county's perspective, they would not have to reapply and they would not have to get re-evaluated for a change of ownership. Unless the scope of the project changed, and then all bets would be off and they would have to reapply.
Thank you very much. I just had one more question. Sierra Club is requesting that campsites be located 30 meters from the area where bristly leptosiphon, beautiful little yellow flower, has been found. Are you folks willing to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I could add, in the wildfire section, it does say that a 15,000-gallon water tank shall be installed on site for exclusive use by the fire service providers if needed. Tanks that are to be used for fire suppression are to be made of either steel or fiberglass, as well as having a connection then that is possible for them to connect to. So if the Commission supports that, we would add a condition, or we would add to number 2 that a 15,000-gallon water tank made of steel or fiberglass and with the appropriate connection be installed.
For the exclusive use of fire suppression. So that would differ from what I heard. I can't remember who said what, but
I heard if needed, because the tank is a combination of fire suppression and use for the site.
Yeah, that's
But
what
if
I
it's needed for
understood.
fire suppression, then the water storage could go towards that in the case of an emergency and be set up such that it can.
I think we have it exclusive use of fire department.
If needed is actually included in the condition.
But how do you maintain its fullness all the time? That would be my question.
So
Waterway is willing to provide a dedicated 15,000-gallon fire suppression tank, separate from the water supply for the site.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so then, so that could be an added, is we can add an additional 15,000. But to answer your original question, you just have something similar to a SCADA, simple SCADA system. Don't ask me for that acronym. I know you're probably about to, where you have a level in the tank that's then, attached some way remotely to the well. So if the level gets low enough, it fills up and then it stops so it doesn't overflow.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's called. We call it the floaty thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Commissioners, there was one question that I had, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for staff to raise it, but I would like to. I think it's relevant to several concerns that were voiced. My understanding was that entire interior driveway would be 20 feet wide, surfaced with gravel in order to support a 75,000-pound emergency vehicle, which is most likely a semi-truck towing a bulldozer. And so I guess my question is the intent of Getaway to have a 20-foot wide surfaced interior driveway?
Yeah, it is. So we made demarcate for single direction travel for our guests, but it would be constructed to 20-foot width We have a minimum aggregate standard for our company of 8 inches, and it would be refined based off of the site-specific geotechnical report. But yeah, we will have a 20-foot wide driveway
And that
throughout
would
the site.
include, that would include turnouts per CAL FIRE regulations?
Absolutely, yes.
I believe I did see that in here somewhere, that the 4290 and 4291 codes would be met. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, they allow a 14-foot wide, but it's got to have 2 outlets. And because that driveway does not have 2 outlets, it needs to be 20 feet wide.
Yes, we're committed to providing 20-foot drives throughout the site.
Yeah, that's a big concern. I mean, we've heard a lot today about, in case of evacuation, and it's a big concern, so two-way street is important.
So just concerns that I've heard throughout the entire project. Obviously, well maintenance of the property for fire risks, because let's say that the fire doesn't necessarily start there, that it starts somewhere else and spreads to that ridge. There was a gentleman that came up here and spoke about the maintenance of it, that, it's kept clear, kept clean of brush and potential fuels for fire. So that was my main concern out of this project. So my questions were answered in regards to that. But what would happen to that campground and all the investment if a fire that didn't start there or came from somewhere else was made it to the site?
Yeah, so each of our sites has a emergency response plan. We have a electronic notification that goes out in multiple formats to the guests in the event of an emergency. I think that Lower Lake and Lake County have an alert system that we would be enrolled with, so that we were getting the most up-to-date alerts from the county and the local fire department, so that we could distribute that information to our guests. We carry insurance, obviously, on all of our properties. So that we are basically protecting our investment, but obviously the safety of the individuals who are staying on our property is most critical. And so we have a proactive, kind of like I said, emergency response plan that we would be coordinating in detail with Lower Lakes Fire Department and getting their sign off on.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any further questions. I do know council had a question or perhaps a comment earlier?
No, unless the commissioners have any questions about some of the things that were said today.
Perhaps a point of clarification for the public, that because there are 3 commissioners present, any vote we take today to approve a project has to be unanimous, or otherwise it's automatically denied.
Any vote but one. If you do vote to continue, it would only, by your bylaws, only require 2 members present to vote, because you only to continue an item. But if you were voting to approve or deny the item today, then you would need a unanimous vote.
Yeah, I just have one more comment that I would just like to address to everybody who has participated in this. This has been a really difficult decision for me. I walked into this room this morning not knowing how I was going to vote. And after hearing from everybody today, I feel like I can support this project. I think a lot of effort has been gone into it. And Eric has done a really good job of answering the many, many questions. Some people have spoken about things. There was a woman said that this is just a sudden thing. She just heard about it. Well, it's been in the process for a long time. A lot of people have put a lot of work into this. We have conditions of approval that the applicant will have to meet. I just want to thank everybody who participated, and I think I can support this project at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to offer a motion.
Sure.
I move that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration IS 22-34 for the Getaway House LLC located at 18300 Morgan Valley Road, Lower Lake, and further described in this motion, with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 22nd, 2023, and as amended here today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I further move that the Planning Commission grant the major use permit UP 22-31 for the Getaway House LLC located at 18300 Morgan Valley Road, Lower Lake, and further described in this motion, based on the findings and subject to the conditions included in the staff report dated June 22nd, 2023, and as amended here today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Both motions pass. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the Planning Commission's decision on the matter.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be taking a 5-minute break before our next item. The time is 11:40. We will be coming back at 11:45. Hello, welcome back. So we'll be moving on to our second item. It's a public hearing, consideration of extension to approved parcel map, PM 1801, Van Eck Estates, located at 3640 Lakeview Estates Drive in Kelseyville.
Thank you, Chair. Staff does request a continuance of this item to our next Planning Commission meeting, July, when is our next Planning Commission meeting?
July 18th?
When is it?
The 14th?
14th.
No, the 13th.
Thank you. July 13th at 9:10 a.m.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to our third item, public hearing. The applicant requests a continuance to July 13th, 2023, consideration of an administrative appeal AA 23-01 of departmental denial of a building permit for a new residence on a parcel zone plan development commercial, PDC, located at 12546 Foothill Boulevard in Clear Lake Oaks. The APN is 035-141-33. It says applicant, but it's applicant is Jan and Cheryl Bazooka.
Thank you. Staff does request a continuance of this item to our next meeting, July 13th at 9:40 a.m.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to our next item. Item 4 is a public hearing, consideration of proposed major use permit UP 20-92 Bar-X Farms LLC and mitigated negative declaration IS 20-111 for permit approval of 59 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy, self-distribution and on-site processing within a retrofitted 16,250 square foot pole barn and 60,000 square foot commercial processing structure on a combined 1,594.6 acre cluster of parcels located at 18655, 19395, 2103, and 2333 State Highway 29, Middletown, California, APN 014-250-05, 014-250-07, 10, and 14.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to disclose at the outset that I recently visited the site when Andrew Amelung and Mary Claiborne were doing a site visit, but that will not in any way affect my ability to evaluate things fairly today.
Thank you. This is Andrew Amelung, the Cannabis Program Manager. I think, if anything, that will improve your ability to make a sound decision. So today I'll be presenting Bar-X Farms, UP 2092. The applicant is with us today, and following the presentation, they'll be available to address any questions, as well as a handful of their consultants, experts, and legal team. The agenda for this presentation will include the permit request, project scope, site description, project analysis, aspects of interest, cumulative impacts, and then our staff recommendations. The permit request, the applicants are seeking a major use permit that, as stated, would allow for 59 acres of commercial cannabis cultivation, as well as a cultivation processor license and a self-distribution license. The project is located approximately 3 miles southwest of the Hidden Valley Lake area and 2 miles northeast of the Middletown area. Access is maintained through one central driveway that is located off Highway 29. The general plan designation for this project is rural lands and agriculture. The base zoning district is rural lands and agriculture as well, and it is part of the Middletown Community Area Plan. Parcels in the vicinity are zoned rural lands, heavy industrial, suburban reserve, rural residential, and agriculture. Surrounding uses, most of the parcels are largely undeveloped, and within the vicinity there is an auto salvage yard, agricultural uses, and some rural residential dwellings. But just to keep in mind, the site sits on over 1,500 acres of land, so it's pretty remote and pretty well insulated from any neighbors in the immediate vicinity. The site consists of rolling hills and valleys. It's part of the greater Gwinnett region, according to the USGS maps. Crazy Creek runs through the property before descending into Coyote Valley to the east. Upper Puda Creek forms the western and northern perimeter of the properties, and it flows northward from the Middletown area towards the Hidden Valley Lake area, and then on to Lake Berryessa. In terms of the project scope, there are 7 cultivation areas. There were originally 9. The project has gone through a handful of modifications from the original application. Currently, the proposal encompasses 71.6 acres of cultivation area to allow for 59 acres of canopy. The canopies range in size from 1.2 acres to 19.4 acres. There will also be a parking area that includes 20 8x18 parking stalls, 26 12x18 van parking stalls for van pooling, 2 ADA parking stalls, and as mentioned in stage 1, they will be retrofitting an existing pole barn on the property for a 16,250 square foot processing structure, and then at a later stage of the project, they will be adding a 60,000 square foot processing structure. Yes.
While this slide is up, I'm a little confused because the site plan shows abandonment of the Riverside Garden that was apparently very close to a wetlands.
That would be the northwest garden. The Riverside Garden is still part of the project. It would be E, the center picture on there. That would be 18 acres of canopy located in 19-something cultivation area, 19-something acres of cultivation area.
Okay, I see it now. I had to zoom in. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, the Riverside Garden also has been reduced in size due to comments from the Waterborne Fish and Wildlife, but I'll get to that at a later slide. So. The existing uses, the site is currently known as Bar X Ranch, a cattle ranch that dates back over 100 years, has over 1,500 acres of grazing land. It has an agricultural reservoir for storage of 245 acre-feet of water through appropriated water rights that date back to the 1880s and were, I guess, legally confirmed again in the 1990s. There is a network of dirt and gravel roads and fencing and cattle gates throughout the property. There is existing trenched irrigation system. There's a domestic groundwater well. There's an irrigation groundwater well, which will be the primary well for the cultivation operation. There is the existing 16,250 square foot pole barn. In addition to that, that's not part of the project, there's a 3,250 square foot agricultural structure, a 1,536 square foot agricultural structure, a 2,500 square foot residence, a 1,500 square foot residence, a 900 square foot garage, 650 square foot garage, a 200 square foot storage structure, a 1,500 square foot storage structure, and an on-site septic system, 2 on-site septic systems. Sorry, so a lot to get through. For the project analysis, staff reviewed the Lake County General Plan, the Middletown Community Area Plan, the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and state regulations. For the Lake County General Plan, Chapters 3, 7, 8, and 11 were reviewed. The analysis was highlighted in the staff report, and no major conflicts were identified. For the Middletown Community Area Plan, Section 5.1.5 on comprehensive economic development was reviewed. 5.1.5B for providing local employment opportunities was also reviewed, as well as the following section to increase the number of jobs for the local population. of Chapter 21, our zoning ordinance, Chapters 5, 7, 27, 34, 35, 36, and 37 were reviewed. That compose all of the base zoning districts and the combining districts associated with the parcel. Let's see here. The project was planned and then twice revised to meet all the standards throughout these articles, as well as state regulations, and the current proposal has no conflicts with Chapter 21 of our municipal code, our zoning ordinance. For our CEQA analysis, this project has gone through 3 circulations and 3 revisions of the initial study as the project scope changed over time. Potential significant impacts were identified in the following areas: aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, transportation, and wildfire. And with the 3rd circulation and draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration, mitigation measures were added to bring any of these impacts to a less significant level. So there's a handful of aspects of interest with this project that staff looked into. The first of which that we'll cover is going to be water use and analysis. So the project is proposing using 140 acre-feet of water per year. The existing cattle ranch, as mentioned, has water rights for 245 acre-feet per year. Ordinance 3106, passed in 2021, required that the applicant submit a hydrology report and drought management plan, which was originally submitted on November 2nd, 2021, and then revised documents were submitted on December 29th, 2022. During the second circulation of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, staff requested review of the ISM&D from the California Department of Water Resources, State Water Resources Control Board, State Water Resources Control Board, their Division of Water Rights, as well as the Central Valley California Regional Water Quality Control Board for Region 5, located in Redding, which covers the Lake County area. When staff did not receive direct comments from a handful of these agencies, staff went ahead, well, I'll just say myself, I went ahead and reached out and established a number of meetings with various agencies to review the proposed use of water, the various proposals, because the project had gone through different stages with different water requirements. Ultimately, it was recommended that I reach out to the water master of the Upper Puda Creek watershed, Mark Van Camp from MBK Engineering, located in Sacramento. His staff did review the hydrology report and drought management plan, and they had concluded that as the project is proposing groundwater use, they had no further concerns. Their primary concern is for surface water use along the Puda Creek region, Upper Puda Creek. Let's see here. Following this, further revisions were made, and on December 5th, 2022, the Cuyahoga County Water, 2023. Well, oh, it should be 2022. Sorry, I guess I'm in habit of writing 2023 these days. So for clarification, on December 5th, 2022, staff received a statement from the Cuyahoga County Water District. In coordination with the applicant, they conducted a 10-hour pump test. They kind of, because they knew there was a lot of concerns about their water use, they felt pretty confident about the amount of water that they had, and they wanted to work with the county to prove that. They set it up as like a, quote, gold standard water test. The Cuyahoga Water District monitored 3 of their wells within the vicinity towards the Middletown area, and of those 3 wells, their static water level did not change throughout the course of the water test. Furthermore, on February 13th, 2023 of this year, LACO's principal geologist and certified hydrogeologist submitted comments on the hydrology report and drought management plan. They made some comments. They questioned the methodology for analyzing an unconfined aquifer when there was evidence to suggest the aquifer that the well was tapping into is confined. Other comments mentioned that their estimates for the evapotranspiration were significantly lower than recent studies that had been made, especially when analyzing the Big Valley watershed, towards Kelseyville. So it was a lot lower, but whether or not they make a significant difference in the overall water use is in question. But with that said, these comments were reviewed. There's a few other comments. Let's see here. There was a lack of a source cited for the applicant's proposal of experiencing a drought year every 5 years. And finally, the cumulative impacts was based on 70 acre-feet of water per year. I think it was based at the time at one of their proposals that had gone through a handful of different changes, which is, again, it's not aligned with the current 140 acre-feet of water use, acre-feet per year being proposed. With that said, these comments, I did reach out to the applicants and their hydrogeologist or hydrologist who is here to answer some questions, and it comes down to two professionals with different opinions. So maybe you can ask them questions when we get to that point. On to the next aspect of interest, grading and serpentine soils. There was some conflicting information that I came across, especially with this serpentine soil map that was submitted as part of their biological report. I noticed the area that they had mapped out for serpentine soils was somewhat different than what we have available on our Lake County GIS portal. Both their biological report as well as our online portal uses the U.S. Department of Agriculture's National Cooperative Soil Survey data. However, these layers were slightly different, and you can see it kind of affects their central gardens. I'm not sure if you can notice that on the map. Let's see if the mouse can kind of. This area in here, there would be more serpentine soils potentially there. As stated in the biological report, even though it's mapped out, they have not encountered any serpentine soils on site. Should there be any serpentine soils as they go through their complex grading permit, there's just a set of standards that our air quality management district would have them meet in terms of, construction activity on those, in those areas, so, which have been incorporated in the conditions of approval. I'd say one of the biggest issues and concerns of this project is transportation and access. There's one central driveway, and it's the single and primary access point to the project. It is located on State Highway 29, where the speed limit is 55 miles per hour. It's on a slight curve. And on October 6, 2021, a traffic analysis was submitted that was conducted by W-Trans. It did state that the project would need a left turn lane, and they recommended that until that left turn lane be constructed, that no left turns be made during peak traffic hours of 4 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. The applicants did make a transportation plan to provide for van pooling for employees. On April 7th, 2023, more recently, Caltrans did submit additional comments as we had recirculated the initial study one more time. They had mentioned that in the time between their initial comments and this recent circulation, that stretch of Highway 29 had reached a threshold of accidents that would require the highway to be widened. They have plans that by 2026, I believe, to put in a 4-foot soft medium and extend the shoulder size. They're aware of this project, and their main request was that, let's see here, they advised the applicants to advance their left turn lane channelization submission to undergo their QMAP method for reviewing the projects as soon as possible, basically. They would like for them to advance it, incorporate it, so that they can coordinate their own project along that stretch. In addition to that, after looking at the overall situation, while the initial recommendations that no left turn lanes be made during the 4 to 6 p.m. time period at peak traffic levels, it would be kind of tricky to coordinate that, and staff recommends that just no left turn be allowed until the left turn lane exists. So throughout the first stage of the project.
Meaning vehicles would use the roundabout at Hartman?
Yes, they further conditions and plans submitted from the applicants is that any northbound traffic would have to go past the project, use the roundabout at Hartman, road and then head south, it would add about 5 to 10 minutes, more probably closer to 10 minutes of commuting time. And also keep travel logs for all their van pooling. That's why there's so many van parking spots as part of their plan. So they intend to pull in the majority of their employees.
So when they talk about a soft median, does that mean that it'll be clear that you can't turn left? Is that what that means?
Well, they're formulating those plans at the moment. The left turn lane is still possible with that soft medium. I think their intention is to space that out and basically so that the road is not continued, like basically from one lane to the next as part of the same piece of pavement. There would be a break, 2 lanes broken and a soft medium in between. A hard medium, I guess, and I'm not a transportation planner, would be something like a barrier to prevent crossing over. The soft medium would be more of spacing. So. Let's see. Oh, one other condition of approval concerning this is that the applicants add an additional security camera at the entrance so that all inbound and outbound traffic can be monitored. Final aspect of interest, the project does have a combining district or general plan designation of resource conservation. This is primarily due to the parcel's proximity to the Upper Puda Creek area. While our own ordinance, Article 27, requires a 100-foot setback from any spring, top of bank of any creek or seasonal stream, edge of lake, delineated wetland, or vernal pool. State regulations require for a Class 3 ephemeral watercourse to have a 50-foot setback, which is less than what we require. A Class 2 seasonal stream would require a 100-foot setback, and a Class 1 watercourse would require a 150-foot setback, which is more restrictive than what we allow. This issue was coordinated with Janae Freed and her supervisor, Jason Schroeder of the Water Board, as well as Kyle Stoner with Fish and Wildlife. Through a handful of revisions, again, this was another call for those revisions, it did affect the Riverside Garden to impose that first to establish the high water mark on Upper Puda Creek, which the Water Board did, and then set the 150-foot setback from that high water mark, which the applicants did. It took, I think, roughly about 8 or 9 acres from that Riverside Garden, the original proposal. So just wanted to address that. In terms of cumulative impacts, the project is fairly well insulated from any other development, including cannabis projects. Within a 1-mile radius, there are no pending or approved projects. Within a 3-mile radius, there are 3 approved projects and 1 pending project. The 1 pending project is currently stalled and not advancing at the moment. Staff recommendations are to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, initial study 2111 for use permit 2092, with the findings found in the staff report, as well as to adopt use permit 2092 with the proposed conditions of approval and with the findings found in the staff report. This concludes the presentation, and we can open it up for questions and comments.
I just have a couple questions, if I may. About the water, my notes say that you have 800 gallons per minute, so you definitely have enough water. Do you feel that the hydrology report answered the question about it affecting the neighbors?
Yes, because there really hardly are no neighbors. They're so far removed, miles away from where the project's located.
Okay, and I'm showing that the state clearinghouse is stating that an EIR is required. Is that a prior version that I read, or?
The first 2 versions, it might have been an older comment, had the original, like one of the original proposals had 130,000 square foot of mixed-light greenhouses, which is a ton of electrical use, a ton of impervious surface. That, without a doubt, would most likely trigger an EIR. When the applicants were made aware of this, I worked with staff. We had a principal planner at the time, and we met with them. That's when they revisited their plans. They scaled back quite a bit, and they're sticking to just outdoor cultivation.
Okay, and the last question I had was the agency comments. The Middletown area tribes requested a consultation. Did that occur?
It did occur, and my understanding is that an agreement was reached.
Okay, thank you. And I saw that there were no public comments online. Is that right?
Yeah, we checked again. We did not receive any e-comments. I think it was April 13th, I attended the Middletown Area Town Hall. There were a handful of citizens that were concerned about the project. They asked a lot of questions. I answered those questions to the best of my ability. When we did send out legal notification, Monica Rosenthal of the Middletown Area Town Hall reached out to me for the staff report. We were still finalizing it, but I sent her a link to the initial study and all of the attachments that are available on Sequinet. And I requested that, she reach out to her community, and anyone who still has concerns, please submit written comment. But up until today, we still haven't received those, so perhaps they're here in person to speak to any concerns. So,
great, thank you.
What's the distance from 29 to the perimeter, the edge of the south pasture, or whatever that one's called?
Well, from the central driveway, as you enter the property, you're first going to encounter the parking area, and then in the stage 2, that's where the proposed cultivation area, proposed processing facility will be, the larger processing facility, both of which, it's beyond the scenic combining district area, but they will still be required to have vegetative screening. I believe no less than 20 feet in height. So 500 feet from there, you'll hit the parking lot, the processing facility. Then the applicants might be able to give you that exact distance before you hit the pasture garden, which is the larger of the 7 gardens.
Yeah, no, that's technical enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have the applicants present?
We do, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicants at the time?
Not at this time.
Okay, so we'll proceed to public comment. You guys are welcome as the applicants to give a small introduction, and then we will move on to public comment.
My name is Cody Price.
We have a microphone up here, yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name's Cody Price. I've been working on this project since inception, going now 3 years. We've been working with state agencies for quite some time and done an enormous amount of site visits and walkthroughs with state regulators, and I think the project is definitely ready to be worked on in a very clean manner at this time. And I've been handling compliance on this project the whole time and dealing with all the regulators, and I think it's ready to go. So I'm here to answer any compliance-related questions that might come up. Thank you.
Thank you. So public comment is open. Anyone that wishes to speak has 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mike Mitzel. I'm also a consultant on the project, and I live on site. To answer John's question, the closest garden to the highway is around 1,100 feet back off the highway. We designed it when there was that ordinance was going around that there may possibly be 1,000-foot setback off of the highway. So we didn't know how that ordinance was going to end. So that's where we just made it 1,000 foot off of the highway. The other thing is we got rid of all the greenhouses, and that's where that comment came from, was the impervious surface of the greenhouses was going to trigger the EIR, so we removed all of the greenhouses, 100% gone. The other thing about the water board, cutting off some of the back garden, and he kind of explained it a little bit, but it's basically just where our biologist said the high water mark was, and the water board didn't argue it, they just had a different opinion, and we just went with their opinion of where the high level was, because it's not very easy to figure that out back there. They go by a 2-year high water mark, so it's very difficult to do. So basically we submitted ours, they had comment, and we just went with their comment, and that's where we lost the 9 acres. Any other questions that you guys have, we're glad to answer, but hopefully that sums up some of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angie Dodd. I'm with North Point Consulting. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things about the water board and the reduction in the garden. It's not the high water mark, it's the bank, sorry Mike, it's the bank full discharge. So, and the bank full discharge is estimated as a 2-year flow. So we had to do a hydraulic model for the water board to demonstrate where that bank full flow was. So that reduced then the size of that riverside garden. And then if you look at the topography, now we have all these online cool tools, you can see some really small drainages through that northern garden adjacent to the river that you noticed that got cut off. And so so there could have been 50-foot setbacks in there, but rather than going back and forth and trying to make that smaller, the applicant decided, let's just remove it. It's not a really good area anyway, so we just removed that from the project description. So I just wanted to clarify that with respect to the water board. And then any questions you have on water, they have their draft lake and stream bed alteration agreement with CDFW. We've been working with them consistently, just got the draft, so all the mapping has been up to date with CDFW. When working with Andrew and Janae Freed at the water board, because Lake County requires an active enrollment in the general order for cannabis, you have to have your site management plan up to date. So we have all the site as of, I think a month ago, I got an approval from her that all the site management plan is up to date. There's certain work that needs to be done, upgrading culverts, improvements on the ranch that wouldn't occur if cannabis wasn't going to be occurring on this site. So once this project is approved, there's a lake and stream bed alteration agreement with CDFW and road improvements with the water board that will happen, that improve water quality, and it will be a result of this project. So if there are any, I know I'm talking really fast, I apologize. If there are any questions regarding water or that, just let me know and I'll happily clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in the Zoom room?
There are currently no hands in the Zoom room.
All right, I'm going to give one last check here in the chambers if anybody wishes to speak on this project.
We just had one hand in the Zoom room pop up.
Okay, we'll go.
Monica Rosenthal, you are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica Rosenthal, and I am located in Middletown. I have 2 comments, one as a citizen of Middletown, and secondly, as the chair of the Middletown Area Town Hall, the math group. I did try to send an email this morning via the computer. It did not go through, I guess. So my first comment basically just has to do with in regard to the traffic. As Andrew had described, there are some safety concerns with the left-hand turn, the access to the property off of Highway 29, the mitigation measures asking people to drive onto the traffic circle and then circle back to the project location, and also the cameras placed to monitor the access of the project off of Highway 29. How will all of these specific and detailed mitigation measures be monitored for the safety of those traveling Highway 29 between Middletown and Hidden Valley Lake? In regard to the math group, yes, there are many members of our community that had expressed interest, concern, or had comments or questions about this project. Math did forward all of the information to the math membership. We were unable to actually discuss this as an organization, given that we only meet on a monthly basis and the timing of this just didn't work out. So yes, the community members of the math group have been notified. I hope that some of them are there or listening via Zoom. And anyway, there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So there was a question there regarding how those rules would be taken care of, making sure that people are going around to the roundabout and the camera being there. So if you would like to respond to that question, you're.
Mike Menzel again. Basically the camera was Andrew's way of monitoring the turn lane. That was his idea. We had agreed to the no right or no left turns, and he asked us if we would be willing to put a camera there to monitor, and then obviously there would be any complaints of us turning in that way would be a way that he could then check the camera. I think was kind of where we were going with that, was if we did get complaints or there was an accident or anything that happened from that left-hand turn, that we would have a camera there to see what exactly it was, if it was our employee or what was happening. That the driveway is used from time to time from people to turn around at like the halfway point. So there is people, it's possible that somebody else could be doing a turnaround there, but we will do everything we can to train our employees. It'll be in the handbook. It'll be definitely like, do not do it, or you're basically going to lose your job if you're turning that left-hand turn before the turn lane. The other thing that we're going to look at with Caltrans is we're not opposed to just there not being a turn lane. So if there was, the soft medium is put in from Caltrans and it prevents the turn, we're fine with that. You know, we agreed to the turn lane because there was no proposal for any change. Like Caltrans wasn't changing the highway when we put in the project. So it's just a single double yellow line. Technically that's a legal turn, like into the property. You can cross a single double yellow into a private driveway. So we agreed to the turn lane, but now that Caltrans is going to expand that medium, we're going to work with them and see what is really the easier way. Is it just to allow them to put the soft medium in to where that prevents the turn? Or if we do the turn lane, either way, we're okay with it. We don't want people turning in there either. We don't want there to be we realize that there is a danger to people turning in there from that direction as it's set up now. So we're willing to go either way that Caltrans wants us to go with it, but we feel like the soft medium will solve the problem too. And I just wanted to add in about the tribal consultation is we are in contract with the tribe. I forgot to say that last time I was up here. So we have a full agreement with them, and they've been on site multiple times, just checking everything out. So
yeah. Mike, thanks. I strongly believe that we need to do something about that left turn, whether it's the Caltrans option or the left turn lane. I drive that road.
The whole corridor is dangerous, and there's been head-on collisions, not from turning in. Just in general, there's been a lot of head-on collisions in that stretch between Middletown and Hidden Valley, and that's where the soft medium is coming from. It's not particularly our turn lane. It's just that whole corridor in general is dangerous. So the soft medium definitely will.
Well, and as you come over the rise and Bar X is on your left, that's exactly when cars start accelerating to 65 and 70 as they approach Middletown. So I just think it's very important, and I appreciate your supporting.
I personally won't turn in from that direction.
I think it's a Caltrans issue. That's my impression.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
And to, I guess, comment on that comment, yes, the camera is there to ensure that no left turns are being made as part of their conditions of approval, and should an incident occur and we observe that there are left turns being made, not only might someone lose their job, but they might lose their use permit. It might be grounds for a recommendation for revocation. So.
Monica, I hope that answered your questions there. We're going to take a quick peek back at the Zoom room and see if there's any other hands.
I'm not showing any other hands in the Zoom room.
Okay, I see none in the chambers, so I'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission.
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission find that potential impacts associated with this project can be mitigated to less than significant through the implementation of the Mitigated Negative Declaration IS 20-111 prepared for Bar X Farms LLC on property located at 18655 and 20333 South Highway 29 Middletown, and further described in this motion, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and that the Planning Commission adopt initial study IS 20-111 with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 22nd, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I move that the major use permit UP 20-92, applied for by Barrex Farms LLC on property located at 18655 and 20333 South Highway 29, Middletown, and further described in this motion, meets the applicable requirements of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that the major use permit is hereby approved, subject to conditions included in the staff report dated June 22nd, 2023.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission's decision, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Planning Commission's final determination. I think they swapped, so we'll be able to continue. Yeah. Okay. All right, so before we move on to our next item, there will be a 1-hour break till the next item. So we'll be back at 1:30.